Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know where are you watching from, and what time is it there. Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I never imagined that returning to my hometown would feel like stepping into a half-remembered dream. A place where the familiar merges with the uncanny. The train's slow chug along the winding tracks echoed the rhythm of my own heartbeat as I approached the outskirts of the town. Memories of childhood summers and whispered legends that once sent shivers down my spine stirred deep within me. Yet, there was something more now. A subtle pull that promised revelations and shadows of secrets long buried. The abandoned church stood at the end of a narrow, overgrown lane, its once proud facade marred by time and neglect. I paused at the rusted gate, hesitant to disturb the quiet that had settled over the grounds like dust. The building, with its high arched windows and intricate stone carvings, beckoned me with an allure that was both melancholic and magnetic. As an architect, I had always been drawn to structures that whispered of forgotten histories, and this church was no exception. Clutching the keys to my past and the promise of restoration, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the dim interior. The heavy scent of incense and the faint echo of long, lost hymns seemed to linger in the air. My footsteps stirred motes of dust in the beams of sunlight that managed to pierce the gloom. I could not help but notice the strange symbols etched along the stone walls. Curved lines interwoven with cryptic figures that hinted at an esoteric purpose. I paused before one particularly intricate carving, its details so fine that I could almost believe it had been drawn by a master craftsman who knew secrets beyond mortal ken. It was in that silent moment that I felt a chill, not from the draft that occasionally swept through the dilapidated hall, but from the stirring of something deep within me. A sense of déjà vu washed over me as if the church was reaching out to recall forgotten memories. In a corner near the entrance, half obscured by shadow, lay an old family crest carved into the stone. A crest that bore a resemblance to one I had seen in an old journal from my childhood. This unexpected discovery sent a thrill of both excitement and dread through me. Could it be that my ancestry was intertwined with this enigmatic place? I took careful note of the symbols and the crest, sketching them in my notebook with trembling hands. Each line I drew connected me further to the mystery of the church, hinting at a legacy of secrets and occult practices. The building seemed to breathe, its walls murmuring in a language lost to time. I felt compelled to explore further, each step echoing my resolve to uncover the truth behind the abandoned sanctuary. My initial exploration led me through winding corridors and empty chapels, each room whispering of past ceremonies and the silent passage of rituals. In the nave, beneath the towering arches, I found a mural whose faded colors still hinted at a narrative of saints and sinners. The figures depicted in the artwork wore expressions that were both sorrowful and ominous, their eyes seeming to follow me as I moved. It was as if they guarded the legacy of the church with their eternal, unblinking vigilance. In one of the side chapels, I discovered a narrow staircase spiraling downward. My heart pounded in my chest as I descended into what I later learned was the crypt. The air grew colder with every step, and the silence was broken only by the sound of my own breathing. The dim light from my flashlight danced on the stone walls, revealing relics and artifacts that appeared to be remnants of a forgotten ritual. In the center of the crypt lay a stone altar, its surface etched with symbols similar to those I had seen above. It was here that I first sensed the weight of the past, an invisible presence that seemed to watch over me, both protectively and with a hint of warning. I lingered at the altar, my mind awash with questions. Who had built this church, and for what purpose? What dark ceremonies had been performed here, and why were the remnants of such practices so meticulously preserved? As I examined the carvings and symbols, I began to suspect that the church was more than a place of worship. It was a repository of secrets, a vessel for the occult that had woven its way into the very fabric of my family's history. Time slipped by as I lost myself in the details of the building. I spent hours documenting every corner, every engraving, every whisper of the past that the stone seemed to echo. The further I delved into the church's mysteries, the more I felt as though I were being drawn into a labyrinth from which there was no easy escape. I became aware of a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sensation that the church was not merely a building but a living testament to a legacy that extended far beyond its crumbling walls. That evening, as twilight deepened into night, I found myself back at the entrance of the church. The day's discoveries had left me both exhilarated and unnerved. I sat on the cold stone steps, staring up at the silhouetted structure against the starry sky. The quiet was absolute, yet I could almost hear the soft murmur of voices, the faint strains of a hymn, perhaps the echo of prayers long past. In that stillness, I felt an inexplicable connection to every soul that had once walked these hallowed halls. Their stories, their joys, and their sorrows seemed to seep into my very being. As I pondered my next steps, my thoughts turned to the renovation plans I had brought with me. I had envisioned restoring the church to its former glory, a beacon of beauty and reverence in a modern world that had forgotten its past. Yet, standing there in the gathering darkness, I could not shake the feeling that I was meddling with forces beyond my understanding. The symbols, the relics, and the ever-present aura of the occult hinted at a history that was not meant to be disturbed lightly. I resolved, however, that I must forge ahead. The pull of destiny was too strong to ignore. I would honor the legacy of the church, and, in doing so, confront the dark truths that had been hidden away for generations. The very act of restoration might unearth dangers, but it was a risk I was willing to take. There was a promise in the air. A promise that if I could unlock the secrets of this place, I might also unlock the mysteries of my own past. In the following days, I began to clear the debris and document every feature of the interior, methodically planning the restoration, while simultaneously deciphering the cryptic messages left by those who had come before me. Every etched symbol, every carved crest, was a piece of a puzzle that I was determined to solve. I would search for clues in the architecture and in the forgotten manuscripts scattered around the town. Each discovery deepened my conviction that my return was not a mere coincidence. It was a summons from the past, a call to reclaim a legacy shrouded in darkness and light. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, I stood once more before the church's imposing facade. The stone seemed to glow softly, as if imbued with a secret energy waiting to be awakened. I traced my fingers over the carvings, feeling the rough texture of the centuries, old stone beneath my skin. In that tactile moment, I sensed the weight of countless generations, each imprinting their hopes, fears, and sacrifices onto this sacred space. I began to realize that my journey was not solely about architectural restoration. It was about reconnecting with a lineage that had been bound to this place through blood and belief. The crest I had seen at the entrance was only the beginning, a symbol that hinted at a much larger tapestry of history, mysticism, and perhaps even redemption. The church, with its blend of decay and beauty, was a mirror reflecting the duality within me, the desire to create, and the fear of what creation might awaken. Night after night, I pored over old journals and manuscripts, the fragile pages whispering secrets of ancient rites and forbidden pacts. The more I read, the more I realized that the symbols carved on the walls were not random. They were deliberate, each one a key to unlocking the church's hidden past. I began to see patterns in the chaos, connections between the artwork, the relics, and even the layout of the building itself. It became clear that the church had been designed not only as a place of worship, but as a gateway to forces that defied conventional understanding. In these quiet moments of discovery, I felt both isolated and accompanied by unseen presences. It was as though the very spirit of the church was guiding me, urging me to remember and reclaim what had been lost. The relics I uncovered in the crypt, the faded murals in the nave, and the intricate carvings along the walls all converged into a single, Resonant truth, the church was alive with history, and I was now an integral part of that living story. Standing on the threshold of this journey, I knew that every step I took would lead me deeper into the labyrinth of my own heritage. The church had already revealed more than I had ever anticipated, and yet, I sensed that its most profound secrets were still hidden, waiting for the moment of revelation. My return was not merely an act of renovation, it was an act of rediscovery, an invitation to face the shadows of the past and to understand the mysterious legacy that had shaped both this sacred place and my own life. As I finally closed the door to the church on that cool, starlit night, I felt an overwhelming mixture of hope and trepidation. I was returning to a place where every stone told a story, where every carving was a silent witness to the passage of time and the secrets of the occult. My heart was full of determination to restore not only the physical structure, but also to mend the fissures in the tapestry of history that bound my family to this ancient edifice. With each passing moment, the church seemed to whisper to me in a language older than words, a language of symbols and shadows, of loss and longing. I knew that my journey had just begun, and that the path ahead would be fraught with both beauty and peril. Yet, I could not turn away. Destiny, it seemed, had already set the stage for the revelations that were to come. In the soft glow of the early morning, as I prepared for another day of exploration and restoration, I vowed silently to honor the legacy of this place. I would decipher its mysteries, restore its faded grandeur, and confront the darkness that lurked within its walls. The abandoned church was not merely a structure in decay, it was a living chronicle of the past, and now it was intertwined with my own story. A story that was only beginning to unfold. I stepped forward into the new day, determined to bridge the gap between the light of modernity and the shadows of antiquity. Every decision I made, every careful stroke of my pen as I documented my findings, was a step toward reclaiming not just the building, but the forgotten truths of my lineage. I was ready to embrace the journey, no matter how deep or dark the path might lead. The mysteries of the church beckoned me onward, and I could feel the pulse of history beneath my feet. With resolve and curiosity as my guides, I set forth on the path that would ultimately define not only the fate of the church, but also the destiny that had been etched into my very soul. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with unseen dangers and hidden revelations, yet I welcomed it with open arms. My homecoming was not just a return. It was the beginning of an odyssey into the depths of shadows, a journey that would forever alter the course of my life. Stepping back into the cavernous interior of the church, I felt the residual echo of my previous exploration pulse through every stone and shadow. The church, now more familiar yet still enigmatically alien, seemed to breathe a secret language that only the most persistent souls could decipher. In the half-light of a late autumn afternoon, I resolved to trace every curve of its ancient architecture and to unlock the riddles hidden in its forgotten corners. The vast nave stretched before me like an abandoned canvas, its high arches and crumbling columns testifying to a past of both grandeur and mystery. I paused at the entrance, taking in the interplay of light and shadow that danced upon the worn flagstones. The silence was profound, a silence so deep that even the faint sound of my footsteps resonated as a declaration of presence. I recalled the strange symbols from my first day here and wondered if they were the silent guardians of untold stories or warnings of powers best left undisturbed. Determined to explore further, I began my methodical journey down the central aisle. Every step revealed subtle details, a chipped stone here, a faded mural there, all woven into the fabric of the church's history. The walls, once vibrant with the life of faith and ritual, now bore scars of time and neglect. I traced my fingers along a particularly worn section of wall, where an intricate carving had once been bright with color. The delicate pattern, formed of looping vines and enigmatic glyphs, seemed to whisper secrets of rites and ceremonies long since ended. As I moved deeper into the building, the temperature noticeably dropped. A cold draft wound its way around me, stirring the fallen leaves that had crept in through broken windows. In one alcove, Partially hidden behind a collapsed pew, I discovered a cluster of relics, small statues, delicate chalices, and cryptic inscriptions etched onto fragments of wood. Each object seemed imbued with a purpose beyond mere ornamentation. I carefully gathered sketches and notes, determined to catalog these vestiges of occult practice, knowing that each detail might later illuminate the dark legacy of the church. My exploration eventually brought me to a narrow, dust-choked corridor that led to one of the side chapels. This smaller sanctuary, almost entirely swallowed by shadow, exuded an aura of intimacy and secrecy. Here, the stained glass windows, though shattered in parts, still cast a kaleidoscope of muted colors on the floor. I lingered near a window, transfixed by the interplay of light and shattered glass, and felt an inexplicable pull toward a set of heavy wooden doors at the far end of the chapel. The doors, bound with iron and scarred by time, seemed to guard a threshold to another realm. I hesitated, hand trembling as I reached out to push them open. The sound of their creak as they yielded to my touch was like a key turning in a long, forgotten lock. Beyond the doors lay a hidden chamber, a space that was not marked on any of the church's official plans. The chamber was small, with walls covered in faded inscriptions and symbols that mirrored those I had seen elsewhere in the building. My heart quickened as I stepped inside, every nerve alight with anticipation and dread. Inside the chamber, I discovered a curious arrangement of objects on a central tableau. A small, ancient ledger bound in worn leather, a collection of brittle parchment scrolls, and a single, exquisitely crafted pendant that gleamed even in the dim light. I could almost hear the murmurs of those who had come before me, voices of the past warning and guiding me simultaneously. The ledger, its pages filled with meticulous script and strange diagrams, appeared to be a record of the rituals that had once been performed here. The weight of its history was almost palpable, and I felt as though I were standing on the precipice of a profound revelation. I spent long moments poring over the ledger, each word and symbol stirring questions in my mind. Who were the architects of these rituals? What dark purpose had driven them to commit such acts in the sanctity of a house of worship? As I slowly deciphered the text, it became evident that the church was more than just a building for prayer. It was a repository of forbidden knowledge, a crucible where the boundaries between the mortal and the divine, the known and the unknown, were blurred. Outside the hidden chamber, the building itself seemed to respond to my discoveries. A sudden gust of wind swept through the corridor, carrying with it the faintest echoes of voices, as if the walls were reciting prayers in a language older than time. I felt an eerie kinship with the past, a connection that transcended mere physical presence. It was as if the church itself had chosen me to be its chronicler, to document the legacy of its occult past, and perhaps to understand the forces that had shaped it. My journey through the church was punctuated by moments of startling clarity. In one such instance, while examining a weathered statue of an angel, I noticed that its eyes, though chipped, were carved in a manner reminiscent of the family crest I had encountered on my first day. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. My own lineage was inexplicably linked to the rituals and mysteries that had defined this place. The angel's gaze, though somber and time-worn, seemed to acknowledge a secret shared between the past and my present, a silent promise that my role in this unfolding drama was far from incidental. Emboldened by this discovery, I ventured further into the labyrinthine corridors of the church. I found myself in a long, forgotten sacristy where dust-laden vestments hung in tattered disarray and an ancient wooden chest sat beneath a stained glass window. The chest, adorned with carvings of mythical beasts and celestial bodies, beckoned me with an almost magnetic allure. With a cautious hand, I lifted its heavy lid and discovered within a collection of documents and personal letters that detailed the intertwining of my family's history with the church's secretive past. Each faded page was a portal into the lives of those who had been entangled in the occult, their hopes and fears immortalized in ink and parchment. I realized then that my decision to restore this building was not merely an act of preservation but a quest to reclaim a legacy that had been shrouded in darkness for generations. As twilight deepened, the atmosphere in the church grew increasingly charged with an unseen energy. The interplay of light from the setting sun and the encroaching shadows created a surreal environment where reality and memory intertwined. I sat in a secluded corner of the nave, reflecting on the discoveries of the day. Every detail, the broken pews, the intricate carvings, the hidden symbols, spoke of a history that was as complex as it was enigmatic. I felt the weight of centuries on my shoulders, and yet a stirring excitement filled my heart. The church was revealing its secrets slowly, layer by layer, as if testing my resolve and readiness to embrace its full, unsettling truth. A turning point came as I revisited the hidden chamber. The ledger, now partially deciphered, hinted at a dark ritual that was meant to culminate in a grand event, a convergence of spectral forces that might have sealed the church's fate. I could sense that the ledger's final entries were incomplete, as if they had been torn out or lost to time. The absence of these pages left a gaping void in the narrative of the church's occult practices, a void that I was determined to fill. With the pendant still clutched tightly in my hand, a relic that pulsed with a quiet, almost imperceptible energy, I vowed to seek out the missing pieces of this puzzle. That night, as I sat in the modest quarters I had set up in a derelict corner of the church, I reviewed my sketches and notes by the flickering light of a single candle. The silence around me was profound, punctuated only by the occasional creak of the old building settling into its age. My thoughts drifted to the ledger and the whispered legends of my family's past. I began to understand that the church was not merely a relic of bygone days, but a living entity that held the secrets of our intertwined destinies. Every symbol, every inscription was a message, a call to remember, to reclaim, and perhaps to redeem the legacy of those who had once walked these halls. I made a careful plan to return to the hidden chamber the following day, determined to search for any clues that might lead me to the missing pages of the ledger. I sensed that there was more to discover, not just in the documents and artifacts I had already found, but in the very architecture of the church. The layout of the building, with its concealed passages and cryptic motifs, seemed to be a coded map. A map that, if fully understood, might reveal the true purpose behind the rituals and the dark powers that had once been harnessed here. The following morning, with the chill of dawn still clinging to the air, I retraced my steps back to the chamber. The corridors were shrouded in a soft haze, and I could hear the distant call of a bird echoing through the empty spaces. My heart pounded with anticipation as I approached the heavy doors once more. This time, however, I carried with me not only the determination to document and restore, but also a growing sense of urgency. The church had begun to whisper its secrets with greater insistence, and I knew that every moment brought me closer to revelations that might change everything I thought I knew about my heritage and the occult. Inside the chamber, I carefully re-examined every detail. The ledger's binding, the arrangement of the relics, and even the subtle glimmer of the pendant resting on the table. In a quiet moment of revelation, I noticed a small indentation in the wood of the table itself, as if a hidden compartment had once been there to safeguard something of great importance. My pulse quickened as I traced the edges of the indentation with my fingertips. Was this a deliberate concealment by those who had performed the rites, or a simple relic of a long-forgotten design? I decided then that uncovering its secret might lead me to the missing pages of the ledger. With a gentle push and the aid of a slender tool from my kit, I managed to pry open a narrow slit in the table. Hidden within, wrapped in faded cloth, was a bundle of brittle papers, their edges yellowed with time. I carefully unwrapped the bundle and discovered that it contained what appeared to be the final entries of the ledger, a section that described a ritual intended to bind the forces of darkness and light in a delicate balance. The script was hurried yet filled with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. It spoke of a covenant, a promise sealed by blood and sealed by secrets, and it hinted at a fate that was inexorably linked to the restoration of the church itself. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, absorbing every word and letting the gravity of the discovery sink in. The revelation was staggering. The missing pages did not merely complete a historical record. They provided a blueprint for a ritual that could either protect or unleash ancient powers. My mind raced with the implications. Could it be that my efforts to restore the church were inadvertently aligning with the very forces these pages describe? The thought filled me with both dread and an inexplicable sense of destiny. I realized that my role in this unfolding drama was far more significant than I had ever imagined. The rest of the day passed in a blur of careful documentation and quiet contemplation. I transcribed the recovered pages and compared them with my earlier notes, my hands shaking as I made connections between the symbols in the ledger and the carvings along the church walls. It was as if every part of the building was a coded message, a language of stone and spirit that I was slowly beginning to decipher. The more I uncovered, the more it became clear that the church was not simply a repository of the past, but an active participant in a ritual that spanned generations. Its very architecture was a testament to the balance of light and darkness, a balance that now hung in the balance of my own actions. That evening, as I prepared to retire for the night, I felt the weight of responsibility settle upon me. The church had revealed its secrets in measured whispers, each one urging me onward into a labyrinth of mystery and peril. With the ledger's final pages in my possession, I now held a key to the church's occult past, a key that might unlock not only the secrets of the building, but also the hidden truths of my own lineage. I closed my eyes and listened to the quiet hum of the ancient structure, its silence filled with promises and warnings alike. I knew that tomorrow would bring new challenges and further revelations. The hidden chamber, the secret compartment in the table, and the recovered pages had all combined to create a turning point in my journey. I felt that I was standing at the threshold of a much larger mystery, one that would eventually force me to confront both the beauty and the terror of my family's intertwined legacy with the occult. With the ledger's final pages safely stowed in my bag, I vowed to return to every shadowed corner of the church until its every secret was laid bare. Lying awake in the dim candlelight that night, I could still hear the soft rustle of pages and the faint murmur of voices long past. The church, with its haunting grandeur and cryptic messages, had imprinted its story onto my soul. I understood that my work here was only beginning, that each discovery was a step deeper into a labyrinth where history and destiny converged. In the silent promise of those ancient stones, I found both comfort and a challenge to restore not just the physical edifice, but to mend the fractured tapestry of legacy and memory that had been woven into its very foundation. As I finally drifted off to sleep, the image of the hidden chamber and the ledger's urgent script danced in my dreams. I was determined to follow the clues, to explore the abandoned church with the same fervor as the architects of old, and to embrace the profound mystery that linked me irrevocably to this place. The day ahead would surely be filled with further twists and revelations, but I welcomed it with an open heart and a mind alert to every silent murmur of the past. I knew that by deciphering the secrets of this abandoned church, I was not only preserving its history, but also reclaiming a part of myself that had long been dormant. In that moment, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, I resolved that nothing would stand between me and the truth. The church, with all its decay and splendor, had become a mirror reflecting the hidden depths of my own soul, and I was ready to peer into that reflection, no matter how dark or transformative the journey might be. I never expected that the quiet corners of my hometown's archives would be the gateway to secrets that had long been buried by time. With the relics and revelations from the abandoned church still fresh in my mind, I turned my attention to the dusty records of the local historical society and the neglected diaries of my ancestors. My resolve was firm to uncover the hidden history of the church and understand the forbidden rituals that had intertwined with my family's legacy. The old municipal archive was housed in a weathered brick building on the edge of town, its facade as unassuming as the secrets contained within its musty shelves. I arrived early one crisp morning, determined to piece together the puzzle that had begun to take shape. The receptionist, an elderly gentleman with kind eyes and a knowing smile, silently handed me a set of keys to a locked reading room. I stepped inside and was immediately overwhelmed by the scent of old paper, leather, and faint traces of incense. A scent that brought to mind the forgotten hymns echoing in the abandoned church. I began my search by perusing local newspapers, town registries, and most importantly, personal diaries that detailed events from generations past. One diary, bound in cracked leather and yellowed with age, immediately caught my attention. Its cover bore the initials, EB, and a crest that I recognized from my own family, a crest that I had seen etched into the stone of the church's entrance. With trembling fingers, I opened the diary and was greeted by neat, flowing script that chronicled days filled with hope, fear, and ritual. The entries, written by an ancestor I later learned was named Edward Blackwood, spoke of secret meetings, whispered incantations, and the careful balance between light and darkness. As I read further, I became immersed in Edward's world. His words revealed that our family had long been entrusted with the guardianship of the church and the esoteric knowledge it contained. He described clandestine ceremonies performed in the dead of night, intended not to summon pure evil, but to maintain a delicate equilibrium between opposing forces. According to his account, the rituals were designed to harness a mysterious energy, a power that could protect the town from malevolent influences if properly balanced. Yet, he warned that any misstep in these rites could bring forth an ancient evil that had long been contained within the church's walls. A turning point in Edward's diary arrived unexpectedly. In an entry marked by urgency, he recounted receiving a letter sealed in crimson wax. The letter, addressed to him in a careful, spidery hand, warned of a looming threat. The letter spoke of a time when the old rituals might be undone, unleashing a force that would upend the fragile harmony established by generations of careful observance. As I read his desperate words, I felt an inexplicable chill. The letter's tone was ominous, hinting at personal responsibility and the possibility that failure to act would result in catastrophic consequences. Edward's confession resonated deeply within me, as if his words were echoing my own silent fears about the restoration of the church. I continued to pore over the diary, slowly absorbing the weight of its revelations. Edward described secret gatherings in hidden chambers beneath the church, where members of our family and trusted confidants performed rites that balanced the energies of the sacred and the profane. His careful documentation of symbols, incantations, and the precise moments when the veil between worlds grew thin painted a picture of a ritualistic tradition steeped in both reverence and dread. Yet, what struck me most was the realization that these rites were not solely acts of darkness. Instead, they represented an intricate interplay between light and shadow, a cosmic dance meant to ward off chaos by preserving the natural order. As I closed the diary, my mind was awash with conflicting emotions. I felt an immense pride in the legacy that had been entrusted to my bloodline, but also a profound trepidation. The rituals described in Edward's journal were a double-edged sword. They held the promise of protection if carried out with unwavering precision, yet they also carried the risk of unleashing an ancient evil if performed incorrectly. I recalled the unsettling atmosphere of the church, the way its stone walls seemed to pulse with life, and wondered if my efforts to restore it might inadvertently disturb this precarious balance. Determined to learn more, I sought additional records that could further illuminate the nature of these rituals. My research led me to a dusty collection of letters hidden in a battered wooden box in the back of the archive. One particular letter, written in a hurried hand and dated nearly a century ago, was addressed directly to me, or at least to the heir of the Blackwood lineage. The letter was unsigned, but its contents were unmistakable. It warned that the restoration of the church was not a mere act of renovation, but a rekindling of ancient forces. The writer admonished me to proceed with caution, for the revival of the building might inadvertently trigger the ritualistic forces that Edward had once sought to control. The letter's cryptic message left me with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear: my destiny was inextricably linked to the events described in these pages. In the following days, I devoted myself to cross-referencing the diary with other historical documents. I discovered references to the rituals in old town records, church bulletins, and even local legends passed down orally by the town's oldest residents. One recurring theme was the notion of balance, a balance maintained through the careful observance of rites that honored both the light and the dark. I learned that the church had long been a site of convergence for these dual forces, its very structure designed to amplify and contain the energy generated by the rituals. The more I read, the more I realized that my family's role had not been to harness the energy for selfish gain, but to act as custodians, ensuring that the ancient powers remained in check. The tension in my research reached a climax one late afternoon, when I stumbled upon a passage that foretold the revival of an ancient evil if the rituals were ever disrupted. The passage, written in archaic language, was a dire warning. If the ceremonies were not performed with the utmost precision, the dormant darkness would awaken and wreak havoc upon the living. The gravity of the message was unmistakable, and I could feel the weight of responsibility settle over me like a shroud. In that moment, I understood that the restoration of the church was more than an act of renovation. It was a test of my ability to uphold the legacy of my ancestors and safeguard the delicate equilibrium that had been maintained for centuries. This revelation forced me to confront a painful truth. The rituals were not entirely malevolent. They were, in fact, an essential part of a larger cosmic order, a necessary counterbalance to the forces of chaos that lurked beyond the veil of mortal understanding. The diary and the cryptic letter together painted a picture of a world in which darkness and light were in constant interplay, each necessary to the other's existence. My family had been the keepers of this secret, entrusted with a knowledge that was both a blessing and a curse. The realization that the rituals were designed to protect rather than to damn left me with a bittersweet understanding of my heritage. I felt both honored and burdened by the task that lay ahead. As I left the archive that evening, the cool dusk air seemed charged with an energy all its own. I walked slowly along the winding streets of my hometown, each step echoing with the voices of the past. Memories of my childhood, those fleeting moments when inexplicable events had punctuated my early years, flashed through my mind. I recalled a time when I had seen strange symbols carved into the bark of an old oak tree near our family home, and other moments when a shadow had passed over my vision without explanation. Now, I realized that those incidents were not mere coincidence but subtle echoes of the rituals that had been performed long before I was born. Returning to the church that night, I paused before its weathered facade and let the lessons of the day settle within me. The diary of Edward Blackwood and the mysterious letter had unlocked a part of my past that I had never fully understood. They had revealed that the church was not simply a relic of a bygone era, but a living monument to a tradition that balanced the forces of good and evil. As I stepped inside, the building's interior felt different, imbued with a sense of purpose and a silent urgency. Every carved symbol on the walls, every fragment of stained glass, now carried the weight of history and the promise of a destiny that was ancient as it was profound. In the solitude of the church's quiet corners, I reflected on the implications of my discoveries. I realized that the restoration project was no longer just about preserving a historic building. It was about reviving a legacy of stewardship that had been passed down through the generations. The church, with all its mysteries and silent confessions, was a testament to the idea that darkness and light must coexist. It was a reminder that even the most unsettling secrets could be harnessed for a greater good if treated with respect and wisdom. A sudden sound from the shadows startled me, a soft creak, as if the building itself were sighing under the weight of its history. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I were being watched by unseen eyes, not with malice, but with a solemn expectation. It was as if the spirits of my ancestors were urging me to carry forward their sacred duty, to maintain the balance they had fought so hard to preserve. The thought both comforted and unnerved me, as I realized that my journey was far from over. The echoes of the past had now become an integral part of my present, guiding my every step and decision. As I prepared to leave the church that night, I gathered the diary and the other documents I had uncovered, knowing that they were invaluable pieces of a puzzle that spanned centuries. The legacy of the Blackwood family and the sacred rituals of the church were now interwoven in my mind, a tapestry of light and shadow that demanded both reverence and courage. I promised myself that I would honor the secrets entrusted to me, even if it meant facing dangers that defied mortal understanding. In the quiet hours before sleep claimed me, I reflected on the day's discoveries with a mix of awe and apprehension. I recognized that every revelation carried with it a call to action, a mandate to preserve the fragile balance between the forces of creation and destruction. The diary had not only chronicled ancient rites, but had also passed on a legacy of responsibility to someone who, until now, had only seen the church as an architectural marvel. I realized that the rituals were meant to serve as a bulwark against chaos, a way to ensure that the forces of darkness did not overwhelm the light. This delicate equilibrium was the true essence of my inheritance. As I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the voices of the past whispered their eternal refrain, urging me to remember that the legacy I had discovered was both a gift and a burden. The echoes of Edward Blackwood's confessions and the cryptic warnings of the mysterious letter would continue to shape my destiny in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. In that fragile space between waking and dreaming, I made a silent vow to embrace the legacy of light and darkness that had been passed down through the ages, and to protect the balance that was vital not only to my family, but to the very soul of our town. I awoke the next morning with the diary clutched tightly in my hand, and a resolve that burned brighter than ever. The research I had undertaken was a clarion call to delve deeper into the mysteries that had shaped my lineage. The archive had yielded its secrets, but I knew that the true journey lay in integrating these revelations with the physical remnants of the past. The church, the relics, and the hidden symbols that adorned its walls. The path ahead was fraught with peril, yet it was also illuminated by the promise of understanding, of finally bridging the gap between my own existence and the ancient traditions that had defined my family for generations. As I stepped outside into the light of a new day, I carried with me the echoes of the past, a tapestry woven with the threads of ancient rituals, heartfelt confessions, and solemn warnings. The legacy of Edward Blackwood was now a part of me, guiding my every step as I prepared to face the mysteries of the church and the forces it contained. My research had revealed that the rituals were not solely instruments of darkness, but were the means by which a fragile balance was maintained. A balance that I was destined to protect, no matter the cost. With each step I took towards the church, the weight of my inheritance pressed upon me, yet I felt a burgeoning sense of purpose. The diary and the cryptic letter were not relics of a bygone era, but living documents that demanded my attention and respect. In the interplay of light and shadow within the church's silent halls, I sensed the promise of redemption and the specter of ruin, each inextricably linked by the rituals of old. In that moment, I understood that my journey was only just beginning. The echoes of the past resonated in every heartbeat, every whispered memory, and every uncovered secret. I resolved to continue my quest, to unlock the full mystery of the rituals, to honor the legacy of those who came before me, and to ensure that the delicate balance between darkness and light would endure for future generations. I had always believed that history was etched into stone and written in fading ink, but nothing could have prepared me for the living language of relics and rituals hidden within the church's depths. After days spent poring over ledgers and deciphering cryptic diary entries, I felt drawn inexorably to the physical remnants of the occult practices that had shaped this place. It was as if every carved symbol, every shard of ancient pottery, beckoned me to piece together the true story behind the mysteries of my family's legacy. My exploration began in the dim light early morning. The air inside the church was heavy with silence and the faint musk of incense that had long since evaporated into memory. I had set aside a special time to focus solely on the relics that the building had safeguarded over the centuries. In one of the side chapels, partially hidden behind collapsed pews and veils of cobwebs, I discovered an intricately designed box crafted from dark, weathered wood. Its surface was etched with swirling designs and cryptic sigils that resonated with the symbols I had encountered on the church walls. With trembling hands, I opened the box and found within it a collection of objects that appeared to be the tangible remnants of ritualistic ceremonies. Small statues carved from obsidian, delicate vials containing mysterious powders, and a set of ancient coins embossed with figures whose eyes seemed to follow me wherever I went. I carefully lifted a small, palm-sized statue of a hooded figure, its features so finely detailed that it appeared almost lifelike. The statue's expression was one of solemnity and quiet determination, as if it had witnessed countless rituals performed in its honor. I could almost sense that the figure was a guardian of the secrets held within these walls. Placing the relic gently in my satchel, I resolved to study it further later in the day. I felt that every item I uncovered was not simply an artifact, but a chapter in a larger narrative. A story of faith, sacrifice, and the delicate balance between creation and destruction. Leaving the box behind, I wandered through a corridor that led to the crypt. The temperature dropped noticeably as descended a narrow staircase, and my flashlight's beam danced over rows of stone coffins and faded inscriptions. The crypt was arranged with eerie precision. Along one wall were shelves that cradled ancient books and parchments, while opposite them lay an array of relics carefully preserved in glass cases, their surfaces covered with a fine layer of dust. I paused before one case that contained a series of ritual daggers, their blades inscribed with runes that shimmered faintly under the beam of my light. It was clear that these instruments had been used in ceremonies of considerable import, their cold steel bearing witness to sacrifices and vows made in the dark hours of the night. I spent hours meticulously documenting each relic, sketching details and noting the textures and materials that had withstood the ravages of time. With every item I examined, a deeper question took root in my mind. How did these objects come to be here? And what role had they played in the rituals that defined the church's secret history? The more I observed, the more it seemed that each relic was part of a coherent system, a physical manifestation of a complex web of symbols and practices that bridged the gap between the mundane and the supernatural. At the center of the crypt, I discovered a circular chamber that had been used as a ritual space. The floor was covered in intricate patterns, carefully laid out using a mosaic of colored stones and metals. In the center of the pattern was a shallow basin, its surface engraved with geometric designs and arcane formulas. The basin appeared to have once held a sacred liquid, perhaps used in purification rites or as an offering to unseen forces. I knelt beside it, running my fingers over the cool, engraved surface, and felt as though I were touching the very heart of the ritualistic legacy that permeated this place. The significance of the basin was not lost on me. It was a tangible reminder that the church was not merely a structure built for worship. It was a carefully constructed vessel designed to channel and contain a potent energy. I recalled the numerous accounts in Edward Blackwood's diary and the cryptic passages in the recovered ledger, which spoke of a ritual intended to bind the forces of light and darkness. The basin, I suspected, might have been an integral component of that very rite. I carefully measured its dimensions, recorded the patterns I saw, and made detailed notes in my journal. Each observation deepened my understanding that these relics were not isolated curiosities. They were interrelated parts of an ancient design a blueprint for a ritual that had been meticulously planned and executed by my ancestors. Beyond the crypt, I ventured back into the main sanctuary, where another collection of relics awaited discovery. In a secluded alcove near the altar, I found a weathered chest that seemed out of place among the religious iconography. Its lock was rusted shut, and the wood was etched with the same sigils I had seen elsewhere in the church. After some effort, I managed to pry it open, revealing an assortment of personal effects: a tattered journal, several silver rings, and a small oil lamp that still held traces of a long, extinguished flame. The journal, its pages filled with hurried scrawlings and half-finished incantations, suggested that it had once belonged to a high priest of the ancient rituals. As I read a few fragmented lines, a chill ran down my spine. The words hinted at an imminent transformation, a moment when the barrier between our world and the realm of spirits would weaken. The silver rings were equally intriguing. Each was inscribed with symbols that corresponded to elements of nature: fire, water, air, and earth, and they seemed to pulse with an inner light. I speculated that these rings might have been worn during the ritual to symbolize the connection between humanity and the elemental forces that govern the natural world. Their delicate craftsmanship and the care with which they were preserved suggested that they held great power, or, at the very least, a profound symbolic importance. I placed them in my pack along with the oil lamp, determined to investigate further once I had a chance to consult the ancient texts and manuscripts stored in the local library. As dusk approached, the church's atmosphere shifted from one of solemn investigation to a palpable expectancy, as if the relics themselves were preparing for the night's rituals. I decided to set up a temporary workstation in a quiet corner of the nave, where I could analyze my findings in relative peace. Spreading out my sketches, notes, and the relics I had collected, I began to compare the symbols on the objects with those found in the ledger and diary. It became increasingly apparent that the relics were not random remnants, but were arranged in a purposeful, almost ritualistic order. The patterns emerging from my comparisons suggested that the church had been designed as an elaborate ritual site, a place where every stone, every artifact, played a role in maintaining a delicate equilibrium between the forces of darkness and light. I recalled a passage from Edward Blackwood's diary that spoke of a sacred covenant, a binding agreement between the physical and the spiritual, sealed by the artifacts that I now held. The journal I had found in the chest hinted at a final ritual, a culmination of all the symbolic work that had been carried out over generations. The silver rings, the oil lamp, and even the ritual daggers in the crypt all seemed to point toward an event that was both transformative and perilous. I felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility, as though I were the last in a long line of custodians tasked with preserving this ancient heritage. It was clear that if I were to continue the work of restoration, I would have to confront not only the physical decay of the building, but also the metaphysical legacy it carried. A sudden noise from behind me startled me out of my reverie, a soft scrape of stone that reverberated in the quiet. I spun around, my heart pounding, but saw nothing more than the flickering shadows cast by my candle. For a moment, I wondered if the relics themselves were stirring, if the ancient energies they embodied were awakening to bear witness to my investigation. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. I reassured myself that the sensations were likely the result of my heightened nerves, fueled by long hours of solitude and intense study. Yet, deep within me, a seed of doubt had been planted, a question of whether I was truly prepared to face the consequences of unraveling these mysteries. Night settled over the church, and I lit a small lantern to continue my work. With the soft glow illuminating my makeshift workstation, I revisited my notes and re-examined each relic with renewed determination. I recorded every observation with painstaking precision, knowing that each detail might hold the key to deciphering the grand ritual that my ancestors had once performed. I began to see a coherent narrative emerging from the chaos of symbols. narrative in which the relics were the conduits through which ancient energies were harnessed and directed. The basin in the crypt, the silver rings, the ritual daggers, and even the humble oil lamp. All were interwoven into a tapestry of ritualistic practice that had been refined over generations. In one particularly striking moment, as I traced my finger along the edge of a rune inscribed on one of the daggers, I felt a sudden warmth emanate from the metal. It was as though the relic recognized my touch and acknowledged my intent to restore and preserve its secret. That fleeting sensation confirmed for me that the relics were not inert objects of the past. They were living testaments to a legacy that was as much a part of my identity as my own blood. I resolved then that I must handle these objects with the utmost respect and care, for they carried not only the weight of history, but also the promise of power. Power that could either heal or destroy. As the hours passed, and the church's nocturnal quiet deepened, I allowed myself a moment of introspection. I considered the possibility that the restoration I had embarked upon might awaken forces that had lain dormant for centuries. The relics were clues to a ritual that was never fully completed, a ritual designed to bind and balance the energies of this sacred place. I knew that my task was not merely to repair stone and mortar, but to bridge the gap between what had been and what was yet to come. A challenge that demanded not only skill, but also an understanding of the mystical forces that governed our existence. Before retiring for the night, I gathered the relics I had collected and carefully secured them in a wooden chest that I had brought with me. Each item was wrapped in soft cloth, preserving its details and its aura. I left my workstation with a mind buzzing with new insights and questions. As I made my way through the darkened corridors back to the small room I had claimed for the night, I could not shake the feeling that the church was alive with silent watchers, guardians of a secret too profound to be easily unraveled. Lying awake in the stillness of the early hours, I replayed the day's discoveries in my mind. The relics had spoken to me in a language older than words, a language of symbols, energy, and ritual. I felt that I was standing on the brink of something monumental, a revelation that could change not only the fate of the church, but also the course of my own life. In that quiet darkness, I made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before me. I would continue to unearth the relics and decipher their secrets, no matter how daunting the task, for I understood that the truth they guarded was essential to maintaining the balance between light and darkness. As the first light of dawn crept through the narrow windows of my room, I rose with a renewed sense of purpose. Today, I would revisit the crypt and the hidden alcove, re-examine the relics in their original settings, and search for any further clues that might complete the intricate puzzle of the ancient ritual. I knew that every object I uncovered, every symbol I deciphered, brought me one step closer to understanding the full scope of the power contained within these walls. The relics and rituals were not mere echoes of a forgotten past. They were a living dialogue between generations. With each careful observation, I felt that I was conversing with the spirits of my ancestors, absorbing their wisdom and their warnings. The basin in the crypt, the ceremonial daggers, the silver rings, and even the oil lamp all whispered of an ancient covenant, a promise to maintain the balance of energies that, if disturbed, could unleash forces beyond mortal control. Stepping out into the pale morning light, I carried with me the memory of the relic's silent testimony. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet I felt prepared to embrace them, knowing that the restoration of this church was as much an act of spiritual healing as it was a renewal of its crumbling structure. The relics had entrusted me with their secrets, and I vowed to treat that trust with the reverence it deserved. I walked slowly back to the church, the morning mist swirling around my feet, and reflected on the sacred interplay of relic and ritual. Each step was measured, every breath a quiet meditation on the mysteries that had unfolded. I knew that I was not merely rebuilding a structure of stone and glass. I was reweaving the tapestry of a tradition that spanned centuries, a tradition that wove together the forces of darkness and light into a delicate, enduring balance. With the relics safely secured and my journal brimming with new insights, I stepped once again into the heart of the church, ready to face the next chapter of this ancient saga. The relics and rituals would guide me forward as I continued to unlock the secrets of a legacy that was as perilous as it was profound, and as beautiful as it was haunting. I had always known that secrets have a way of gathering like storm clouds before a tempest. But nothing could have prepared me for the night when the shadows within the church began to congeal into something tangible. A congregation of silhouettes that defied explanation and challenged my every certainty. As dusk fell over the abandoned sanctuary, the interplay of fading light and encroaching darkness transformed the building into a realm where past and present collided. I sensed that this was the moment when the hidden energies I had been studying for weeks would finally reveal themselves. Earlier that day, I had been methodically documenting the church's relics and architectural oddities. The cool autumn air had carried a subtle tension, as if the building itself were holding its breath. I had spent the afternoon examining the hidden alcoves and sealed doorways, each step accompanied by a mixture of scientific curiosity and deep-seated apprehension. The relics, each a testament to centuries-old rites, seemed to murmur softly about a balance disturbed, a latent energy awaiting its cue. In the silence between my measured breaths, I felt the weight of an ancient promise that the restoration project was far more than a renovation of stone and mortar. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I decided to remain in the church well into the evening. I positioned a small desk lamp in one of the side chapels and reviewed my notes and sketches. My mind drifted between the documented relics and the cryptic passages from Edward Blackwood's diary. I recalled the urgent warnings, the delicate balance between light and darkness, and a premonition that something momentous was imminent. A chill crept over me as I realized that the day's quiet investigations were about to give way to a night filled with inexplicable phenomena. I stepped away from my makeshift study and wandered back into the nave. The vast empty space stretched before me, its high arches and crumbling columns draped in a tapestry of fading light and long, deep shadows. The interplay of the last slivers of sunlight with the darkening corners of the church created an almost surreal ambience. Each stone and carved figure took on a spectral quality. It was then that I noticed a change in the atmosphere, a subtle shift in the air that made it feel denser and more charged with expectancy. I paused at the center of the nave, where the silence had always been profound. Tonight, however, that silence was punctuated by soft rustlings and the distant, echoing sound of footsteps that could not be my own. I strained my eyes to see in the gloom, and there, emerging slowly from the recesses of the darkness, were shapes that defied easy explanation. They moved with a deliberateness that suggested purpose, a silent congregation of figures made entirely of shadow. Their forms were indistinct, at once human and otherworldly, but each one exuded a presence that was impossible to ignore. My heart hammered in my chest as I backed away, trying to process the sight before me. I was no stranger to the occult influences that I had uncovered over the past weeks, but this felt different. This was not a trick of the light, nor a figment of my overactive imagination. The shadows gathered as if drawn by an ancient command, each movement synchronized with the others. For a long, tense moment, I stood frozen in the center of the nave, caught between the desire to flee and the irresistible pull of discovery. As the shadowy figures drew closer, their presence became almost palpable. I felt a profound energy, as though the very essence of the church had been summoned into physical form. The shapes moved silently around me, encircling me with an eerie precision. I could not discern faces or features, only vague outlines that shifted and merged with the darkness. In that surreal moment, I sensed that I was standing at the crossroads of past and present, where the rituals and relics of my ancestors were converging with an unstoppable, spectral force. My first instinct was to run, but something inside me, a mixture of fear, duty, and a yearning for answers, kept my feet rooted to the spot. I recalled the words from Edward Blackwood's diary, which spoke of a sacred covenant maintained by the balance of light and darkness. Now, I understood that the shadowy congregation was not simply a harbinger of doom, it was also a manifestation of that covenant, a gathering of energies that had long been kept at bay. Yet, the intensity of their presence sent shivers through my entire being, and I knew that the forces at work were beyond anything I had previously encountered. I took a tentative step forward, hoping that my actions might somehow communicate my intentions. The shadows seemed to respond, shifting their formation to create a path that led toward the altar. With each step, I felt the pull of a force older than memory, drawing me deeper into the heart of the church. The air grew colder, and the faint sound of an otherworldly hymn seemed to echo from the stone walls. The melody was both mournful and majestic, a lament for what had been lost and a call to reclaim a forgotten legacy. As I advanced, the shadows parted slightly, as if granting me passage. I reached the front of the altar, where the interplay of relics, symbols, and ancient inscriptions had always been most intense. The altar itself, scarred by time and ritual, appeared to pulsate with an inner light that resonated with the dark figures surrounding me. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming connection to the church, a sense that its history, my own destiny, and the ethereal congregation were inextricably linked. I extended a shaking hand toward the nearest shadow, half expecting it to recoil or dissipate. Instead, the darkness rippled outward, enveloping my hand in a cool, almost tender caress. I felt a surge of understanding, a whisper of secrets long hidden in the folds of time. The touch of the shadow was not cold in the way death is cold, but rather it was imbued with an ancient sorrow and a profound need to be remembered. I realized that these silhouettes were echoes of the souls who had once been part of the sacred rituals, remnants of a legacy that had transcended mortal life. As I stood there, my mind racing with revelations and questions, a subtle, disembodied voice seemed to rise above the quiet murmur of the gathering. It was soft, yet insistent, and it spoke in a language that I felt rather than heard, a language of symbols and deep emotion. The voice conveyed that the congregation was not hostile. It was here to remind me of the covenant, to warn me that the balance I had been trying to maintain was now at a critical juncture. The message was clear: my actions, however well-intentioned, were tipping the scales, and the ancient forces were stirring in response. A surge of emotion overtook me. I recalled the careful balance that had been maintained by generations of my ancestors, a balance that depended on precise rituals, heartfelt sacrifices, and an unwavering respect for the mysterious forces at play. Now, as the shadows gathered and circled around me, I felt the burden of that legacy like never before. I realized that the congregation was not merely a threat to be feared, but a mirror reflecting my own internal struggles, the conflict between the desire to restore and the fear of unleashing chaos. In that charged atmosphere, the congregation began to move as one, their silent procession intensifying in a deliberate crescendo. The subtle hymn in the background swelled into a harmonious chant that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the church. My heart pounded with a mixture of dread and awe as I recognized that I was being called to a confrontation with both external forces and my own inner darkness. Every detail, the cool touch of the shadows, the ethereal hymn, the shifting patterns of light and dark, spoke of a destiny that could no longer be ignored. I closed my eyes for a moment, summoning the courage to confront what lay ahead. When I opened them again, the shadowy figures had drawn even nearer, their presence forming an almost tangible barrier between the altar and the entrance. I knew that this was the turning point, the moment when the forces of my family's past and the specters of ancient rituals demanded resolution. With a deep, steadying breath, I addressed the congregation. Not in words, but in a silent promise that I would honor the legacy and preserve the delicate balance that had been entrusted to me. It was then that I perceived a single figure within the mass of shadows that seemed different from the others. Its outline was more defined, and for an instant, I could see the faint suggestion of a face that bore the unmistakable resemblance of a long, departed relative whose presence had haunted the recesses of my childhood memories. The realization struck me with profound intensity. My own bloodline was not just connected to these rituals by duty and legacy, but by fate itself. In that spectral visage, I saw both a warning and a benediction. A reminder that the path I trod was fraught with danger, yet illuminated by the guiding light of ancestral wisdom. The congregation responded as if in acknowledgement of my silent declaration. The harmonious chant reached a peak, and for a fleeting moment, the shadows swirled into an intricate dance of energy and memory. I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, as though I were being swept into a current of history and destiny. In that moment, every fear, every doubt, and every hope coalesced into a singular, undeniable truth. The forces of light and darkness were converging, and I was the chosen guardian tasked with preserving the balance. As the night deepened and the spectral assembly began to disperse as silently as it had appeared, I found myself alone once more in the vast nave. Yet the memory of the congregation lingered, etched indelibly into my mind. I realized that the confrontation was only the beginning, a prelude to the trials that lay ahead. The experience had changed me. The shadows had imparted their secret language, a language that spoke of both the peril and the promise of the occult legacy that I had inherited. I sank down onto one of the worn stone benches, my body trembling with exhaustion and wonder. The cool night air mingled with the residual warmth of the spectral touch, and I allowed myself a moment of introspection. In the silent aftermath of the encounter, I resolved that my journey must continue with both caution and determination. The congregation had been a manifestation of the hidden forces at work within the church, and their presence signaled that the time to fully understand and harness these energies was drawing near. I rose from the bench, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The shadows, though they had receded, remained imprinted on every surface of the church, etched into the walls, reflected in the broken stained glass, and echoed in the silence of the nave. I knew that I must document every detail of this encounter, for it was not only a personal reckoning, but a critical chapter in the larger saga of my family's destiny. With steady hands, I retrieved my notebook and began to record the events of the night. The movement of the shadows, the silent hymn, the distinct presence of that familiar face among the silhouettes, and the overwhelming emotion that had surged through me at that pivotal moment. In the quiet that followed, I felt the weight of responsibility settle over me. The church was more than a building in decay. It was a living repository of ancient power and ancestral memory. The gathering of shadows had been both a warning and an invitation, a call to delve deeper into the occult mysteries that had been hidden within these walls and to confront the duality of my own nature. The balance between light and darkness was delicate, and my every decision from that moment onward would echo through the corridors of time. As I left the nave and made my way toward the side exit, I cast one last glance back at the altar, where the interplay of relics and ancient inscriptions now glowed faintly in the darkness. The night had revealed its secrets in whispers and shadows, and I knew that I was now irrevocably bound to the destiny that had been laid before me. I stepped out into the cool embrace of the night, the memory of the spectral congregation guiding my thoughts and fueling the determination that would see me through the trials to come. In the silent hours before dawn, as I retraced my steps along the darkened corridors of the church, I vowed to honor the covenant of light and darkness. The gathering of shadows was not an end, but a beginning, a profound moment that had stirred the ancient forces within me and set me on a path toward understanding and redemption. With each cautious step, I embraced the mystery, resolved to preserve the balance that had been entrusted to my family, and ready to face the challenges that awaited as the legacy of the occult unfolded before me. I had always known that the path of discovery was riddled with revelations both illuminating and harrowing, yet nothing in my past could have prepared me for the personal reckoning that awaited within the decaying walls of the church. In the wake of my encounters with the spectral congregation and the unyielding secrets of relics and rituals, I found myself confronting not only the ancient legacies inscribed in stone and parchment, but also the dark inheritance that pulsed in my very veins. As dusk yielded to the deep silence of night, I realized that the weight of my ancestry was far more burdensome than I had ever imagined. That evening, after the congregation of shadows had dispersed and the church's corridors fell into a still, watchful quiet, I retreated to a small room that I had claimed as my temporary refuge. The flickering flame of a solitary candle cast wavering patterns on the rough-hewn walls, and with each tremor of light, I sensed the presence of those who had come before me, a lineage steeped in secrets and ancient pacts. I sat at an old wooden desk, its surface scarred by the passage of time, and slowly unfolded a bundle of yellowed letters and faded photographs that I had recovered from a hidden compartment in one of the church's alcoves. Each document was a window into a past that was both glorious and damning. One particular letter, penned in an elegant yet urgent hand, detailed the life of an ancestor who had been both a visionary and a reluctant practitioner of the dark arts. The words leaped off the fragile paper, recounting tales of midnight ceremonies, whispered incantations, and a desperate struggle to contain a force that threatened to overwhelm the world with chaos. As I read, I could feel the pulse of history beating in rhythm with my own heart, a connection forged by blood and fate. The letter spoke of a legacy that was not merely inherited through lineage, but was etched into my very soul, a burden that demanded both reverence and sacrifice. The more I delved into these personal recollections, the more I became aware that my family's involvement with the occult was not solely a matter of ritualistic duty. It was intertwined with the very essence of who I was. I recalled long-forgotten memories from my childhood, a series of inexplicable events that I had once dismissed as mere happenstance. Flickering shadows in the corner of my eye, a strange symbol etched onto a family heirloom, and dreams filled with cryptic imagery all now converged into a single, unsettling truth. My return to this forsaken church had awakened an ancient spark within me, one that carried the promise of both power and peril. Haunted by these revelations, I resolved to piece together the fragmented history of my ancestry. I pored over every scrap of information I could find, from the meticulously kept diaries of Edward Blackwood to the cryptic annotations found in the ledger recovered from a secret compartment behind the altar. Each document seemed to whisper a warning that the power harnessed by our bloodline was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it provided protection against the encroaching darkness. On the other, it carried the potential to unleash an ancient evil that had long been kept at bay. The more I learned, the more I understood that my destiny was inextricably linked to the very forces I had been investigating. Late into the night, as the candle's flame wavered against the encroaching gloom, I found myself overcome by a deep, unshakable sorrow. I remembered the countless sacrifices made by those who came before me, a lineage of guardians who had willingly embraced a destiny that demanded both courage and surrender. Their lives had been a tapestry of triumph and tragedy, woven together by rituals that balanced on the knife's edge between salvation and damnation. I could feel their presence like a chorus of distant voices, urging me to honor their memory by carrying the legacy forward, no matter the personal cost. In that solitary moment, I understood that my inheritance was not simply a matter of blood, it was a covenant with powers beyond mortal comprehension. My family had been entrusted with the duty to guard the fragile equilibrium between light and darkness, a duty that had been passed down through generations like a sacred secret. The very architecture of the church, with its hidden chambers and cryptic inscriptions, was a physical manifestation of that covenant, designed to contain forces that could not be allowed to roam free. Yet, the realization that my restoration efforts might inadvertently tip that balance filled me with an almost paralyzing dread. The weight of this understanding pressed upon me as I rose from the desk and walked slowly through the shadowed hallways of the church. Every step I took resonated with the echoes of those who had sacrificed so much in their quest to harness and contain the ancient power. I passed by a stained glass window, its shattered fragments catching the moonlight and scattering it across the stone floor like shards of hope and despair. In that fleeting play of light and darkness, I saw my reflection, a solitary figure caught between the promise of a redeemed future and the inevitability of a cursed past. I paused before a massive oak door that led to the crypt, the threshold to a realm where the remnants of forgotten rituals lay undisturbed. My hand trembled as I reached for the iron handle, its cold surface a stark reminder of the unyielding nature of fate. Beyond that door, I sensed the lingering presence of my ancestors, their silent vigilance a mixture of pride and sorrow. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and descended into the crypt, the narrow steps echoing with each measured footfall. Inside the crypt, the air was thick with the scent of damp stone and ancient incense. My flashlight beam danced across rows of carved effigies and time-worn inscriptions, each a relic of the rituals that had defined my family's legacy. I approached a central pedestal, upon which rested a large, ornate tome bound in cracked leather. Its pages, though brittle with age, were filled with intricate diagrams and archaic text that chronicled the sacred rites performed by my forebears. I knelt before the tome and carefully turned its pages, each word a reminder of the delicate covenant that had been forged long ago. In those pages, I discovered a passage that chilled me to the core, a prophecy that foretold the return of an ancient evil if the sacred balance were ever disrupted. The prophecy spoke of a time when the descendants of the chosen bloodline would be forced to make an impossible choice, to either embrace the darkness within themselves in order to maintain the balance, or to reject it and risk unleashing chaos upon the world. As I read the words, I felt a surge of conflicting emotions, a mixture of defiance, fear, and a reluctant acceptance of the role that fate had carved out for me. Standing there in the quiet gloom of the crypt, I allowed the enormity of my inheritance to wash over me. I realized that my journey was not just about restoring a crumbling building or unearthing forgotten relics. It was about coming to terms with the very nature of my being. The darkness that had haunted me since childhood was not an aberration to be ridiculed or hidden. It was an integral part of who I was, a legacy that connected me to generations of guardians who had struggled with the same inner turmoil. I recalled the voice of my ancestor, whose words had been preserved in the faded ink of that long-ago letter, that our family's power was a gift, but it came with a cost. That cost was not measured in the simple passing of time, but in the sacrifices made to keep the forces of chaos at bay. I felt the gravity of that sacrifice in every beat of my heart, as if the very rhythm of my pulse were synchronized with the ancient cadence of forgotten rites. With newfound resolve, I vowed then and there that I would not allow the legacy of darkness to define me as a curse, but rather as a responsibility, a call to restore the equilibrium that had been entrusted to my bloodline. I carefully closed the tome and, with trembling hands, placed it back upon the pedestal as if returning a sacred relic to its rightful place. In doing so, I felt an unexpected surge of strength, as though the spirits of my ancestors had imparted their resolve into my soul. Slowly, I made my way back up the narrow steps from the crypt, emerging into the cool embrace of the night. The church loomed before me, its silhouette a testament to both decay and enduring mystery. I stood for a long moment in the doorway, letting the moonlight wash over me, illuminating the scars of the past and the promise of redemption. I realized that my journey would be one of constant vigilance, a lifelong struggle to honor the covenant of my ancestry while forging a path that might ultimately break the cycle of darkness. In the days that followed, I immersed myself in the task of restoration with a newfound sense of purpose and urgency. Every brick I laid, every symbol I carefully replicated in the renewed design was an act of homage to the legacy of those who had come before me. I consulted ancient manuscripts, deciphered obscure passages in forgotten languages, and sought the counsel of those few remaining elders who still remembered the old ways. Through it all, the specter of my inheritance loomed large, a silent companion that guided my every decision and haunted my every dream. I began to perceive the church, not simply as a structure in need of repair, but as a living testament to the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Its walls were imbued with the memories of ancient rites and the quiet determination of generations who had guarded a secret too powerful to be left unchecked. I saw in its crumbling arches the reflections of my own inner turmoil, a constant reminder that true restoration required more than the mending of physical decay. It demanded the healing of a fractured lineage and the reconciliation of a soul burdened by the weight of destiny. As I labored through long, tireless days and sleepless nights, I felt the dual forces of creation and destruction converging in every aspect of my work. The church's transformation became a metaphor for my own evolution, a gradual process of learning to embrace the darkness within as a source of strength rather than a harbinger of doom. In each careful stroke of my brush, each measured placement of stone, I sensed that I was not only building a sacred space, but also reweaving the intricate tapestry of my family's legacy. There were moments when despair threatened to overwhelm me. In the quiet solitude of early morning, I would catch a glimpse of my reflection in a broken mirror, and the eyes that stared back seemed to carry the sorrow and burden of countless generations. Yet, in those same moments, I also saw a glimmer of hope, determination to break free from the cycle of inherited darkness by harnessing its power for a higher purpose. It was a delicate balance, a dance on the edge of oblivion, but one that I knew I had to master if I were to fulfill the covenant of my bloodline. The more I worked, the more I realized that my legacy was not a predetermined fate, but a challenge to be met with courage, ingenuity, and compassion. I began to integrate elements of the ancient rituals into the restoration itself, carefully preserving the symbolic architecture that had once served as a conduit for the cosmic balance. I modified designs and reinterpreted forgotten symbols to serve as both protective wards and emblems of renewal. In doing so, I felt that I was honoring the past without being enslaved by it, a necessary evolution that might finally allow the light to coexist with the darkness within me. In the quiet hours of one particularly still night, as I sat before the altar and traced my fingers along the ancient carvings, I sensed the presence of my ancestors more strongly than ever. Their voices, soft and resonant, whispered not of condemnation but of understanding. They reminded me that the inheritance of darkness was not a curse to be feared, but a sacred trust to be nurtured with humility and wisdom. In that moment, I vowed to carry their legacy not as a burden, but as a beacon of hope for a future where the forces of creation and destruction could finally be reconciled. By the time the first rays of dawn crept through the fractured stained glass, I felt a quiet certainty settle over me, a determination to embrace my destiny and forge a path that honored both the light and the shadows. My inheritance, dark and formidable as it was, had given me the strength to persevere in the face of overwhelming odds. And as I stepped out into the new day, I knew that the legacy of darkness would guide me not toward ruin, but toward the redemption that had been promised since time immemorial. In that transcendent moment of clarity, I understood that my journey was far from over. It had only just begun, a long, arduous pilgrimage into the heart of the occult, into the depths of my own soul, where the eternal struggle between light and darkness raged ceaselessly. And while the burden of my inheritance was heavy, it was also the source of an inner power that I would learn to wield with compassion and resolve. For within the darkness lay the potential for transformation, the promise of a new dawn that could arise from even the deepest night. I carry with me now the lessons of those who came before, voices echoing through time, urging me to safeguard the delicate balance that holds our world together. And in the silent communion of that understanding, I have discovered that the true inheritance of darkness is not simply a legacy of despair, but a challenge to illuminate the path toward redemption, both for myself and for all who dare to follow the light through the shadows. I had always believed that the act of restoration was a noble pursuit, a chance to breathe new life into crumbling structures and, in doing so, preserve the legacy of the past. Yet nothing could have prepared me for the revelation that my carefully laid plans for renovating the ancient church were in fact unwittingly tied to a curse older than the stones themselves. As I stepped into the dim light of an early morning, surveying the battered facade of the church, I sensed that every measured decision I had made was echoing a design that was not entirely my own. The sense of foreboding was subtle at first, a faint tremor in the air, a shiver along the spine of the building, but it soon grew into a palpable presence that infused each act of restoration with unintended consequence. My work had progressed steadily over the past weeks. With every stroke of my brush, and every careful placement of a replacement stone, I had been driven by an unyielding passion for architecture and a desire to return this place to its former glory. I meticulously documented every facet of the structure, every intricate carving and hidden alcove, confident that my modern techniques and reverence for history would breathe new life into a building that had long been forgotten. But as I began to compare my restoration blueprints with the ancient architectural details I had uncovered in my research, I started to notice unsettling parallels, patterns that matched the occult symbols etched along the walls and even the very layout of the church itself. One crisp morning, while examining a series of faded murals in the sanctuary, I observed that the geometry of the arches and the positioning of decorative reliefs corresponded exactly to the ritual diagrams described in an old ledger. My heart pounded as I realized that the church's design was not merely a work of art and faith, but a deliberate blueprint for a sacred rite. Every beam, every column, every arch had been carefully placed to create a structure that functioned as a physical conduit for energies far beyond ordinary comprehension. It was as if the original architect, a figure whose identity had been obscured by time, had intended the building to be more than a sanctuary. It was designed to serve as a ritualistic device, a binding mechanism to contain or even awaken forces that lurked beyond the veil. With this realization came a deep, creeping dread. I recalled the meticulous sketches I had made of the strange symbols that adorned the walls during my first visit, symbols that I had once regarded as merely eccentric decoration. Now I saw that they formed part of an elaborate, esoteric language, a code that matched the sacred geometry and symbolic motifs of the church's very architecture. Each renovation decision I made, from restoring a particular arch to reassembling a broken stained glass window, risked inadvertently aligning with the ancient ritual. My plans for modernization, however well-intentioned, were in danger of reactivating a dormant force that had been carefully contained for centuries. The turning point came one afternoon as I was reviewing my blueprints in the quiet solitude of the church's main hall. I spread out my plans on an old wooden table, comparing my modern sketches with the faded diagrams I had copied from an ancient manuscript. As I traced my finger along the lines that delineated the structural supports, I suddenly noticed that the configuration formed a perfect mirror image of one of the occult patterns I had studied earlier. The symmetry was uncanny. Each line, each curve, was arranged in the same precise order as the diagrams that described a binding ritual. It was as if my own work had been predestined to recreate that ancient layout, and in doing so, to complete a cycle that had lain dormant for generations. In that heart-stopping moment, I felt a chill seep into my bones. I realized that every renovation decision I had made had been subtly guided by forces that I could neither see nor fully comprehend. The building itself seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each creak of the old wood and groan of the settling stone resonating with the rhythm of an ancient incantation. I knew, then, that my efforts to restore the church were not simply acts of preservation. They were the unwitting reassembly of a ritual apparatus. The very architecture was a sacrificial ledger, and each repair I performed was a line in a script that could awaken something dark and uncontrollable. My mind raced as I considered the implications. Had I, in my zeal to revive the beauty of the past, become an instrument in reactivating an occult force? The thought was overwhelming, a heady mix of terror and awe that left me trembling before the altar. I retreated to a secluded corner of the church, where I pored over my notes and the ancient manuscripts that had first revealed these secrets. There, in the dim light of a solitary candle, I read the passages that described a ritual designed to bind the energies of light and darkness. A covenant between the visible world and the hidden realm. The text warned that should the ritual be completed inadvertently, an ancient evil would be resurrected, unleashing chaos upon both the spiritual and physical planes. The realization that my renovation efforts might be doing just that. The gradual reactivation of a long-dormant curse sent waves of dread crashing through me. Every decision, every calculated restoration, now carried the potential to shift the balance between order and chaos. I recalled the warnings in Edward Blackwood's diary, the messages etched in cryptic letters, and the countless hints left by my ancestors. Their voices, soft and insistent in my memory, now echoed with a sense of urgency. I had come to this place with dreams of renewal and redemption, but now I faced the grim possibility that I was on the brink of resurrecting a force that my bloodline had struggled to contain for centuries. I spent the following days in a state of restless determination, torn between the desire to salvage the beauty of the church and the desperate need to prevent a catastrophe. I halted several planned renovations and began cross-referencing every architectural detail with the ancient ritual diagrams. Late into the nights, I pored over manuscripts in the flickering light of oil lamps, seeking any clue that might reveal a way to counteract the curse I had unwittingly reawakened. I consulted texts in archaic languages and scarred records that chronicled the secret rites performed within these hallowed walls. Each piece of evidence only deepened my uncertainty. Every carefully restored arch and every mended wall was an integral part of a larger, sinister design. One evening, as thunder rumbled in the distance and rain lashed at the broken windows, I ventured into the crypt, the heart of the church's mysterious past, in search of further answers. The crypt was a repository of relics and inscriptions, a silent library of occult wisdom that had been meticulously preserved over the centuries. By the light of my lantern, I traced my fingers over ancient carvings that detailed the steps of a binding ritual. I found passages that spoke of a counter-ritual, a method to invert the binding and break the curse before it could be fully activated. The text was fragmentary, its meaning obscured by time and wear, but it hinted at a personal sacrifice, a relinquishing of something precious and irreplaceable, as the key to stopping the dark forces from being released. The gravity of that revelation was staggering. In order to halt the reactivation of the curse, I would have to forfeit a part of myself, a piece of my very identity that was intertwined with the legacy of my bloodline. The thought of such a sacrifice was nearly unbearable, yet I could see no alternative if I were to save the church, and perhaps even my own soul, from impending doom. Torn between duty and self-preservation, I felt the weight of centuries of history press upon me. The curse was not a remote threat. It was a living, breathing force that now pulsed within the very stones of the church, poised to break free if I did not act. Over the following days, I retreated further into introspection. I revisited every room of the church with fresh eyes, re-evaluating every repair and restoration project. I discovered that even the placement of a beam, the restoration of a stained glass window, or the repainting of a faded mural was laden with symbolism. It was as though the church itself had been designed to mirror the sacred geometry of the ancient rituals, and my modern interventions were unknowingly fulfilling a predetermined script. The realization filled me with a dread that was both intellectual and visceral, a dread that gnawed at the edges of my mind as I worked tirelessly to reconfigure my plans. Late one night, while poring over the counter-ritual text, I experienced a moment of transcendent clarity. I realized that the key to breaking the curse lay not in halting my work altogether, but in redirecting it. To intervene deliberately in the ritual process and dismantle the curse from within. It was a dangerous, nearly impossible proposition, but the text spoke of a ritual inversion, a method to subvert the ancient design by offering a personal sacrifice that would sever the binding force. The sacrifice, I learned, was symbolic rather than literal. a renunciation of the obsessive drive to recreate the past at the expense of the future. In essence, I would have to give up the very ambition that had drawn me to this restoration, relinquish the part of me that sought to impose order on chaos. This revelation struck me with the force of a thunderbolt. I realized that my obsession with restoration, my unwavering determination to return the church to its former glory, had blinded me to the true nature of my inheritance. The curse was not merely an external threat, it was a mirror reflecting my inner turmoil, my inability to let go of the past. I saw in that moment that the only way to break the curse was to redefine the purpose of the restoration, to transform it from an act of nostalgic reclamation into one of genuine healing and renewal. I would have to embrace change and accept that some aspects of the old ways were meant to remain untouched, preserved in memory rather than recreated in stone. Armed with this newfound understanding, I set about revising my plans. I scrupulously re-evaluated every aspect of the renovation, altering designs and reconfiguring structural elements to avoid replicating the ritual geometry that had unwittingly been reconstructed. I removed and reset certain decorative elements, carefully disassembling patterns that I now knew were integral to the curse's design. Each decision was fraught with tension, a battle between the drive to preserve the church's beauty and the imperative to prevent the reawakening of a malevolent force. In the ensuing days, as I worked feverishly under the weight of my responsibility, I encountered moments of quiet triumph and despair in equal measure. There were times when the church itself seemed to sigh in relief, its crumbling walls exhaling a tentative hope that the curse might be broken. In the quiet morning hours, as I wiped dust from an ancient altar or realigned a fallen beam, I felt the subtle shift of energy, a slow, almost imperceptible easing of the oppressive atmosphere that had haunted me since the discovery of the curse. Yet there were also moments of piercing anxiety when I sensed that every alteration, every change to the structure, carried the risk of inadvertently sealing the fate of the church and my own soul. I found solace in the quiet communion with the building's history, in the whispered voices of my ancestors that echoed through the vaulted ceilings. Their warnings, their triumphs and failures, now guided me as I sought a delicate equilibrium between preservation and transformation. I knew that my journey would demand sacrifices, both of ambition and of personal dreams, but I resolved that the price was worth paying to prevent the ancient evil from emerging once again. It was a burden I had inherited with my blood, a legacy that demanded I choose between clinging to the past and forging a new future. As the renovation entered its final phase, I organized a solitary vigil in the church on a night when the moon hung low and the air was thick with anticipation. In the quiet solitude of the nave, I reviewed my revised plans, each marked with careful annotations and prayers for guidance. I recounted the warnings of the counter, ritual texts, and the spectral counsel of my ancestors, each word resonating with the gravity of destiny. With a heavy heart and steady resolve, I acknowledged that I must relinquish the obsessive drive to restore the church exactly as it once was. I would instead honor its history by allowing it to evolve, a metamorphosis that might finally break the cycle of the curse. In that solemn hour, I made my silent promise to the ancient stones and to the voices of those long past. I would be the guardian not of a relic frozen in time, but of a living monument capable of redemption. My work would no longer be a desperate bid to reclaim what was lost, but a measured act of transformation that allowed the church, and myself, to step into a future unburdened by the chains of the past. The realization that my own ambition had been both the instrument of beauty and the seed of darkness was a painful, yet necessary epiphany. Now, as I stand amid the final touches of the renovation, I am ever aware of the curse that once loomed over my every action. The building, with its carefully reconfigured arches and subtly altered symbols, stands as a testament to both the persistence of ancient power and the possibility of redemption. Every decision I made was a quiet defiance of a destiny that once seemed predetermined, a deliberate act to reclaim control over the legacy of darkness and to transform it into something that might, in time, be called salvation. I step outside the church on a cool morning, the rising sun casting long shadows across the freshly restored facade. In that light, the building appears both venerable and reborn, a structure that carries its history with dignity while embracing the promise of a new day. I know that the curse may still linger in unseen corners and whispered memories, but I also believe that the act of transformation, of reorienting the purpose of restoration, has broken its hold. The curse, once my unintentional burden, has become a catalyst for change, a lesson in the delicate balance between honoring the past and daring to redefine the future. I leave the church that day with a heart both heavy and hopeful, aware that the legacy of darkness will always be a part of me. Yet I also carry with me the knowledge that I have changed the course of history, not by erasing the past, but by reshaping its impact on the present. The renovations curse, once a looming thread of ancient evil, has been met with a counterforce born of humility, sacrifice, and an unwavering desire for renewal. And so, as I walk away from the sacred edifice, I know that I have taken the first true step toward a future where light and darkness are no longer locked in an unyielding battle, but are partners in the eternal dance of transformation. I had long sensed that my journey into the occult legacy of the church would eventually lead to a moment of reckoning, a point when I would be forced to confront the very forces that had been quietly pulsing beneath the surface of my restoration efforts. In the days following the discovery of the counter, ritual texts in the crypt, a deep urgency took hold of my spirit. The realization that the church's curse could only be halted by inverting the ancient rite consumed my every waking thought. I knew that to break the ritual, I would have to enter a realm where the physical and metaphysical converged, risking not only my sanity but perhaps even my soul. That fateful morning, as dawn broke with a fragile light over the ruin-stained glass windows, I prepared myself for the most dangerous phase of my quest. I gathered the precious manuscripts, relics, and carefully annotated blueprints that had guided my journey thus far. Among these, the fragile pages of the counter. Ritual text lay in a sealed glass case, its contents scrawled in archaic symbols and ominous warnings. The text spoke of a ritual inversion, an act of deliberate renunciation, a symbolic sacrifice that could sever the binding force of the curse. According to the fragmented instructions, the inversion required a profound act of self-abnegation. I was to relinquish my obsessive desire to restore the church as it once was, and, in its stead, to dedicate myself to a transformative purpose that transcended the confines of memory and nostalgia. In the solitude of my cramped study within the church, I pored over the counter, ritual instructions again and again. Candlelight flickered over the faded ink as I traced the delicate loops and angular marks with trembling fingers. The text was cryptic, its meaning obscured by centuries of ritualistic tradition and the inevitable decay of time. Yet, through intense meditation and fervid study, I began to decipher its hidden layers. It was not enough merely to understand the words. I had to embody their message. The ritual demanded that I symbolically unbind myself from the ties that had long chained my heart to the past. I would have to let go of the ambition that had driven me to reconstruct every detail of the church's former splendor, acknowledging instead that true restoration required transformation, not replication. I spent the next several days in a state of contemplative isolation, withdrawing from the world outside the church's ancient walls. Every moment was consumed by the thought of the ritual inversion. I roamed the corridors of the sanctuary at night, running my fingers along the worn stone, as if seeking an answer from the very building that had sheltered generations of my ancestors. The relics I had gathered, the silver rings, the obsidian statue, the ceremonial dagger, and even the weathered journal containing desperate incantations, seemed to pulse with a quiet urgency. Their presence was a constant reminder that my actions were part of a larger, cosmic interplay between creation and destruction. During one of these long, sleepless nights, I found myself drawn once again to the crypt. The air was cool and damp, and the soft echoes of my footsteps mingled with a distant murmur, as if the voices of the past were gathering to offer guidance. I settled before the ancient tome on the pedestal, its cracked leather binding a testament to the passage of time. With the counter ritual text spread out before me, I began a slow recitation of the incantations, my voice quivering as I attempted to imbue the words with genuine conviction. I felt an almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, a subtle vibration that rippled through the stone floor and up my legs. It was as if the church itself were acknowledging my resolve, ready to test the sincerity of my sacrifice. The ritual required that I make a choice to fully relinquish my obsessive determination to restore the church to its former state and instead embrace a future defined by healing and transformation. In symbolic terms, I was to offer up the very essence of my ambition, the creative fire that had driven me to reconstruct each relic, each carved symbol, thereby disrupting the pattern that bound the ancient curse. I arranged the relics in a circle around the altar, their positions carefully determined by the diagrams in the counter ritual manuscript. In the center, I placed a mirror, its surface clear and unblemished, representing the truth of my inner self. The mirror was to serve as the medium through which I would confront the darkness within me, reflecting back not only my physical image but the hidden depths of my soul. I began the ritual at midnight. The church was enveloped in an almost surreal silence, punctuated only by the occasional creak of old wood and the distant call of a night bird. Clad in a simple robe, I knelt before the altar and closed my eyes. I recalled the instructions. To break the ritual, one must unbind the self, let go of the desire to reclaim what once was, and embrace the potential of what can be. With my heart pounding and my hands trembling, I extended them toward the mirror. For a long moment, I stared into my own eyes, searching for the remnants of a passion that had driven me relentlessly for so long. In that reflection, I saw not only the scars of sleepless nights and unspoken fears, but also a deep, unyielding hope. A flicker of light amid overwhelming darkness. I whispered the incantations in a low, rhythmic tone, each word heavy with intent. The air around me seemed to thicken, and a cool breeze stirred the stagnant silence. The mirror began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms were dissolving. I felt a powerful tug at my very core, call to let go of the relentless pursuit of perfection that had, in its obsessive nature, bound me to an unchanging past. With every recited syllable, I allowed myself to feel the weight of that ambition, and, in that moment of vulnerability, to surrender it completely. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the ambient light in the crypt dimmed to a deep, shadowy blue. I opened my eyes and watched, mesmerized as the mirror's surface became a swirling portal of light and dark. It was as if the mirror was drawing in all the relics, accumulated energy, the combined echoes of my ancestors, secrets and my own internal strife, to forge a new path forward. I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, a mixture of sorrow, relief, and a strange, unanticipated joy. I realized then that my life had been dominated by a single, minded desire to resurrect the past, to restore what was lost without ever considering the possibility of transformation. In that moment, I recognized that true power lay not in clinging to what once was, but in the courage to embrace change and let the future take shape. I fell into a deep, meditative state, allowing the energies to course through me and wash away the remnants of old ambitions. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I journeyed inward, experiencing flashes of visions, of forgotten rituals, of ancestors whose eyes shone with both pain and wisdom, of a future unburdened by the chains of an inherited curse. It was a transformative experience, one that demanded a surrender not only of my dreams, but of the very identity that had defined my work thus far. I realized that by breaking the ritual, I was not simply dismantling an ancient curse. I was also freeing myself to become a new kind of guardian, one who embraced both the lessons of the past and the promise of the yet to come. When at last I emerged from the trance, I felt as though I had been reborn. The mirror's glow had faded, leaving behind only a gentle radiance that seemed to infuse the crypt with a sense of calm and renewal. I understood that the counter ritual was complete. The binding pattern had been shattered by the deliberate act of self-renunciation. In breaking the ritual, I had symbolically severed the tie that linked the curse to the physical structure of the church. Yet, I also knew that this was but the first step in a longer journey. The ritual inversion had allowed me to reclaim a part of my soul that had long been dominated by an unyielding past. And now I must forge a new destiny founded on balance, healing, and the integration of light and darkness. In the days that followed, I set about the delicate task of realigning the church's energies. With painstaking care, I removed elements that replicated the ancient rill geometry and replaced them with symbols of renewal, spirals and open circles that evoked growth and the natural cycles of life. I reconfigured the interior spaces to foster a sense of openness and transformation, ensuring that each alteration was in harmony with the new purpose I had embraced. It was an arduous process, fraught with uncertainty and moments of overwhelming doubt, yet every measured step affirmed my commitment to break free from the chains of my inheritance. I found unexpected solace in the support of a few trusted scholars and elders who had long observed the ebb and flow of the occult traditions in our town. Their wisdom, rooted in years of study and personal experience, lent strength to my resolve. Together, we worked to document the changes and to ensure that the counter ritual's effects would endure beyond a single night of transformation. We held quiet vigils in the church's nave, reciting prayers and meditations that celebrated the integration of old wisdom with new hope. The atmosphere shifted subtly, as if the building itself were exhaling a long, held breath and welcoming the possibility of renewal. As weeks turned into months, I began to notice tangible signs that the counter ritual had taken effect. The oppressive energy that had once seemed to seep from every stone was gradually replaced by a calm, reflective aura. The relics, once heavy with the burden of ancient rites, now seemed to glow softly with a gentle light that hinted at a harmonious coexistence of past and future. In quiet moments, I would stand before the mirror that had served as the conduit of my transformation and feel a deep, abiding peace. I had broken the ritual that threatened to reawaken an ancient evil, and in doing so, I had discovered a new path forward, one that embraced change, honored the legacy of my ancestors, and opened the door to a future filled with promise rather than dread. Now, as I sit at my desk in the newly transformed sanctuary, I reflect on the arduous journey that has led me here. The act of breaking the ritual was not an end, but a beginning, a metamorphosis that redefined not only the fate of the church, but also the essence of my own identity. I have come to understand that true restoration requires not a slavish recreation of what once was, but an honest, sometimes painful, acceptance of transformation. I have learned that the bonds of the past can be rewritten, that the curse of inherited darkness can be inverted into a beacon of hope when one has the courage to let go of old obsessions and embrace the potential of the present. In that silent communion between heart and stone, I have found a measure of redemption. I now carry with me the certainty that the balance between light and darkness is not a static dichotomy, but a dynamic interplay that can be nurtured through humility, sacrifice, and an unyielding desire for growth. The counter ritual I performed has not erased the past, it has reshaped it, allowing the ancient wisdom of my ancestors to coexist with the transformative power of new beginnings. As I close this chapter of my journey, I am aware that challenges still lie ahead. The forces of the occult are vast and unpredictable, and the path of transformation is never truly complete. Yet, in breaking the ritual, I have taken the first vital step toward forging a future where the legacy of darkness is no longer a curse, but a catalyst for renewal and hope. I stand ready to continue my vigil, not as a prisoner of an inherited fate, but as a guardian of a balanced, ever-evolving tradition, a tradition where every act of restoration is an opportunity to heal not only stone and mortar, but also the fractured tapestry of history and self. I had long anticipated that the culmination of my harrowing journey through the occult legacy of the church would come not in quiet revelation, but in a moment of heart-stopping confrontation. As the days grew shorter, and a chill wind swept through the broken stained glass windows, I knew that the forces I had been studying and battling were converging on a single, fateful night. Every secret uncovered, every relic documented, every ritual broken or inverted had led me inexorably to this moment, the ultimate stand against the dark energies that had haunted these ancient walls for generations. That fateful night, the church itself seemed to pulse with a foreboding life. The corridors, long shrouded in silence, now reverberated with the echoes of unseen footsteps and murmurs from beyond the veil. I stood alone in the nave, my heart pounding in tandem with the rhythmic drip of water from the cracked ceiling, each drop echoing like a metronome marking the approach of destiny. I could feel the oppressive weight of countless souls, ancestors, practitioners, victims, pressing in from every shadow. Their collective presence was not malevolent, I realized, but a testament to the duty that had been passed down through my bloodline to safeguard the fragile balance between light and darkness. In the midst of that ominous stillness, a sudden shift in the air drew my attention to the far end of the nave. The once dim light had taken on an eerie luminescence, as if a spectral congregation had gathered once again. This time, however, their presence was unmistakable and deliberate. Emerging from the deep recesses of the church were figures composed entirely of shifting shadows, their forms coalescing into a solid yet otherworldly assembly. I recognized them from my previous encounters, but tonight they exuded a new intensity, a demand for reckoning. Their silent advance toward the altar signified that the moment of confrontation had arrived. I advanced slowly toward the gathering, every step heavy with trepidation and resolve. In my hand, I clutched the relics and documents that had guided me thus far, and around my neck, the pendant that bore the inscription of my family crest pulsed faintly, as if affirming my connection to the ancient covenant. I recalled the countless warnings etched into the ledgers of my ancestors, the dire prophecies in Edward Blackwood's diary, and the cryptic admonitions of the counter-ritual texts. Tonight, all those voices converged into a single imperative: to stand firm against the tide of darkness threatening to engulf us all. As I reached the center of the nave, the congregation encircled me in a near-perfect ring, their spectral eyes, if such eyes existed, seeming to pierce straight through my soul. In that charged moment, a deafening silence fell over the space, broken only by the sound of my own labored breathing. I felt the ancient energies surge around me, a force both palpable and ineffable, as if the church were preparing for an inevitable clash between mortal will and otherworldly design. The air grew heavy with a mixture of dread and expectation, and I knew that my every decision in the coming moments would have consequences that could alter not only my fate, but that of the entire town. A figure among the shadows, more defined than the rest, stepped forward. Its form was taller, and as it moved, the faint outline of a face became visible. A visage that bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait of a long, departed ancestor I had seen in an old family album. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. In that spectral form, I sensed both a warning and an invitation. The face seemed to beckon me forward, urging me to confront the duality of my heritage, the darkness I had inherited, and the light I still clung to. The figure's silent message was clear. It was time to resolve the ancient conflict, to decide once and for all whether I would succumb to the curse or harness its power for redemption. I steeled myself and raised my voice, breaking the oppressive silence with words that trembled but did not waver. "I am the heir of this legacy," I proclaimed, my voice echoing off the ancient stone walls. "I accept the burdens of my past and the darkness that resides within me, but I will not allow it to destroy the light that still burns in my heart." The words reverberated in the still air, and for a moment it seemed as though the shadows themselves hesitated, as if weighing the truth of my declaration. In response, the spectral congregation began a slow, rhythmic movement, their forms swirling in a mesmerizing dance that combined elements of both menace and mourning. The air around me grew charged with an energy that defied description, a tangible interplay of creation and decay, hope and despair. In that moment of heightened tension, I realized that this was the turning point, the climax of all that had led me here. The battle was not solely external. It was a profound internal struggle, a war waged within the very depths of my soul. The figures advanced, and as they did, I felt the overwhelming pull of the ancient ritual, the intricate pattern that had bound this place for centuries. I recalled the designs I had painstakingly documented, the secret geometry that had revealed the church's true purpose as a conduit for occult forces. My mind raced with the knowledge that if the ritual were allowed to complete, the ancient evil toll foretold in the prophecies would be unleashed upon the world. There was no room for error. The balance of light and darkness hung by a fragile thread, and it was up to me to decide which side would prevail. With the congregation nearly upon me, I drew forth the pendant, a small, ornate relic that had been in my family for generations, and held it aloft as a symbol of my resolve. Its inscription glimmered in the dim light, and I felt a surge of ancestral strength course through my veins. In that instant, I made a choice that would define my destiny. I would not allow the past to dictate the future, nor would I surrender to the forces of darkness that had long sought to control my fate. I would instead forge a new path, a synthesis of ancient wisdom and a courageous, forward-looking hope. At that moment, a palpable shift occurred. The lead figure in the congregation stepped closer, and the shadows around it coalesced into a swirling mass of energy. A low, resonant hum filled the nave, a sound that seemed to originate from the very heart of the church. It was as if the building itself were speaking, its voice a blend of sorrow, anger, and longing for release. The spectral figure raised a hand, and in response, the pendant in my grasp flared with an intense, searing light. The brightness was almost blinding, and for a heartbeat, I felt as if time itself had suspended. When my vision cleared, the congregation had receded slightly, and the lead figure, now unmistakably resembling my long-departed ancestor, spoke in a voice that was not heard but felt deep within my consciousness. It conveyed a final, profound warning that my internal struggle was mirrored by an external cataclysm if I failed to break the cycle of the curse. I understood then that this confrontation was not merely a physical battle, but a metaphysical one, test of my ability to integrate the light and darkness within me into a harmonious whole. Emboldened by this revelation, I advanced toward the spectral assembly. I raised my voice once more, this time not with the tremor of fear, but with the clarity of resolve. I stand here, embracing every fragment of my heritage, the blessings and the curses alike. I choose to harness these forces, to transform them into a force for healing, not destruction. My words, fueled by a deep, inner power, resonated with the ancient energies swirling around us. The shadows flickered, as if caught in a moment of introspection, and the atmosphere seemed to shift imperceptibly from oppressive dread to a tentative hope. In that charged instant, the spectral congregation began to dissipate, their forms dissolving into gentle motes of light that drifted upward like whispered prayers. The lead figure lingered a moment longer, its eyes conveying both approval and sorrow, before it too faded away into the darkness. I felt a profound release, as though the centuries-old burden of the curse had been lifted from my shoulders. The oppressive energy that had once threatened to overwhelm the church was now replaced by a calm, steady radiance. Yet, even as the immediate threat receded, I knew that the battle was far from over. The confrontation had been but the climactic stand, the tipping point in an ongoing struggle that would continue to test my resolve. I remained alone in the nave, surrounded by the lingering echoes of the spectral encounter, and took a long, steadying breath. I had faced the ancient forces head on, and in doing so, I had discovered a reservoir of strength and compassion within myself that I had not known existed. As I slowly made my way toward the exit of the church, every step was accompanied by the quiet affirmation of a new beginning. The dark legacy of my ancestors, once a source of relentless torment, had been transmuted into a catalyst for change, a symbol of the eternal interplay between light and darkness that defined not only this sacred space, but the very essence of life itself. I realized that my journey was now entering a new phase, one in which I would be tasked with preserving the delicate balance between these opposing forces and ensuring that the lessons of the past would guide the promise of the future. Outside, the cool night air greeted me like a benediction, and the first hints of dawn were beginning to edge away the lingering shadows. I paused at the threshold of the church, gazing back at its venerable facade, scarred by time yet imbued with a newfound serenity. The spectral stand had been a crucible, forging from the fire of ancient conflict a tempered resolve and a vision of renewal. I understood that while the darkness of the past could never be fully erased, it could be transformed into wisdom, a luminous counterpoint to the inextinguishable spark of hope. In that moment of quiet triumph, I made a silent vow to continue my quest with the humility of one who has faced the abyss and emerged not unscathed, but wiser and more determined. I would guard the fragile balance between the forces that had defined my heritage, working tirelessly to ensure that the light within me and within the world could shine, even amidst the encroaching darkness. The climactic stand was not the end, but the herald of a future defined by the choices I would make every day. Choices that would determine whether the legacy of the occult would remain a curse or become a foundation for transformation and redemption. As I stepped away from the church, the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, bathing the ancient stones in a soft, forgiving light. I carried with me the memory of the spectral congregation and the echo of my ancestors' final warning, a reminder that every stand, every battle was part of a larger, timeless dance between the forces of creation and decay. With each step forward, I embraced the uncertainty of the future and the eternal possibility that, through courage and sacrifice, even the deepest darkness could be transmuted into a beacon of hope. I knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, that the remnants of the occult legacy might yet rise to test my resolve. But now, fortified by the trials of that climactic night and the inner transformation it had wrought, I felt prepared to face whatever came next. I had taken my place as a guardian, a bridge between the ancient and the modern, the dark and the light. And with that knowledge, I stepped into the new day, determined to forge a path of redemption not just for myself, but for all who would follow in the footsteps of our intertwined destinies. I stepped into the early morning light with a mix of relief and trepidation, knowing that the events of the past days would forever change the course of my life and the fate of the ancient church. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of a new day, yet tinged with the lingering memories of the spectral encounters and arduous trials I had faced. The transformation of the church, both in its physical restoration and in the spiritual reorientation I had forced upon it, now stood as a silent testament to the battle between light and darkness that had raged within these walls for centuries. The aftermath of the climactic stand still resonated in every stone of the building. I wandered slowly through the nave, each step echoing in the vast emptiness, as if the church itself were slowly awakening from a long, troubled slumber. The stained glass windows, once shattered and desolate, now caught the rising sun's rays, scattering vibrant hues across the worn floor. Yet beneath that beauty lay the scars of ancient rituals and the heavy burden of ancestral legacy, a duality that mirrored my own inner conflict. I found a quiet corner near the altar and settled onto an old wooden pew, its surface smooth from years of worn reverence. As I sat in contemplative silence, I recalled the journey that had led me here. The discovery of hidden symbols in the church's walls, the unearthing of relics that whispered secrets of forbidden rituals, and the nights spent poring over cryptic diaries and ancient manuscripts. All of it had pointed to a destiny far greater than I had ever imagined. I had inherited not only the physical structure of the church, but also the weight of an occult legacy that demanded constant vigilance. In those moments of solitude, I felt both the warmth of newfound hope and the cold reminder of the curse that had once threatened to engulf me. The events of the previous night, the spectral congregation, the decisive confrontation, and the merging of light with shadow, had left an indelible mark on my soul. I had faced the darkness within myself and in the very fabric of the church, and though I emerged victorious, I knew that the struggle was far from over. The battle had transformed me, forging a new understanding that the interplay between light and darkness was not a dichotomy of good versus evil, but rather a delicate balance essential to life itself. In accepting both the blessings and the curses of my lineage, I had opened the door to a future where redemption and ruin could coexist. As the morning advanced, I rose from the pew and began to make my way methodically through the church, checking the work that had been completed during the long hours of transformation. The renovations had been extensive, carefully reconfigured arches, new symbolic elements that emphasized growth and renewal, and subtle modifications to spaces once dedicated solely to ritual. The ancient inscriptions on the walls now formed a palimpsest of past and present, an evolving dialogue between the memories of those who had come before and the promise of what was to come. I could almost hear the quiet murmur of voices, blending with the fresh whispers of hope carried on the morning breeze. Outside, the world was beginning to stir. The town, long overshadowed by superstition and fear of the occult, now looked upon the church with a renewed sense of wonder. Neighbors peered cautiously from behind curtains, some with expressions of relief, others with lingering suspicion, as if the building might still harbor secrets beyond human control. In their eyes, I saw both the scars of old tragedies and the anticipation of a future reborn. I understood that my task extended beyond the restoration of stone and mortar. I was now entrusted with the responsibility of healing the communal spirit, of reconciling the town's haunted past with the promise of a new dawn. In the quiet hours after sunrise, I sought counsel with a small group of elders and scholars who had long been guardians of the local lore. In a modest meeting room adjacent to the church, we gathered around a heavy oak table scattered with old books, handwritten letters, and sketches of the church's evolving design. Their weathered faces were etched with years of wisdom and the silent acknowledgement of secrets best left unspoken. With respectful candor, I recounted the events of the past nights, the spectral congregation, the confrontation at the altar, and the internal battle that had reshaped my understanding of our shared heritage. Their nods and murmured affirmations lent me strength, reassuring me that I was not alone in bearing the burden of this ancient covenant. One elder, a quiet man with piercing blue eyes, spoke softly of a time when the balance between light and darkness was maintained by a ritual of renewal performed once every generation. Our ancestors understood, he said, that only by embracing the full spectrum of our existence, the beauty and the horror, could we hope to forge a future free from the perpetual cycle of despair. His words resonated deeply with me. I realized that my journey had been about more than merely breaking a curse. It was about redefining the legacy of a bloodline and the sacred space that had been its home. We discussed ways to integrate the lessons of the past with the needs of the present, crafting a plan to transform the church into not only a historical monument, but a living center of community healing and spiritual enlightenment. Returning to the church later that day, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The corridors, now suffused with the gentle glow of natural light and the soft reverberations of whispered prayers, seemed to breathe with a life of their own. I walked slowly, absorbing every detail. The newly restored murals that depicted a harmonious blend of ancient symbols and natural motifs. The reconfigured sanctuary that invited both reflection and celebration, and the subtle presence of protective inscriptions that gently reminded visitors of the church's storied past. It was a place of contradictions, both somber and hopeful, both burdened by history and brimming with the potential for rebirth. Standing at the threshold of the main entrance, I gazed out at the awakening town. The air was filled with the sounds of early morning, a chorus of birds, the distant hum of voices beginning their day, and the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. In that moment, I contemplated the profound ambiguity of my situation. Had I truly broken the curse, or had I merely shifted its form? The possibility lingered like a shadow at the edge of the light, a reminder that the forces I had challenged were vast and eternal. Yet, in that uncertainty lay a promise that, through constant vigilance and compassion, even the darkest legacy could be transformed into a beacon of hope. Over the following weeks, I dedicated myself to a dual mission: to complete the transformation of the church and to foster a sense of unity and healing within the community. I organized small gatherings where townspeople were invited to share their stories, their fears, and their dreams. In the soft glow of candlelight, we spoke of old legends and new possibilities, and slowly the church began to assume a role not as a monument of occult terror, but as a sanctuary of renewal. I worked with local artisans and historians to restore lost elements of the building while also introducing contemporary features that celebrated the vibrant diversity of modern life. In this way, the church became a living dialogue between past and present, a bridge over the troubled waters of memory and myth. At times, I found myself alone in the stillness of the church late at night, reflecting on the sacrifices and revelations that had defined my journey. I would often stand before the mirror that had played such a pivotal role in the counter-ritual, its surface now calm and untroubled. In that reflective glass, I saw not only my own image, but also the collective soul of a lineage that had weathered countless storms. I recognized that the darkness I had once feared was an inseparable part of my identity. A wellspring of strength, if only it were harnessed with wisdom and humility. I resolved then to continue my work as a guardian of balance, forever mindful of the delicate interplay between light and shadow that defined both the church and my own soul. As summer began to edge into view, the church took on a new character. The renovated structure, with its gently arched windows and lovingly restored stonework, now stood as a symbol of resilience and hope. The town, too, began to heal. Old superstitions softened, replaced by a cautious optimism that seemed to spread with every new day. I felt that, at long last, the legacy of occult darkness had been tempered by the transformative power of human endeavor and compassion. Yet I remained ever aware that the balance was fragile, that the forces of the past could reassert themselves if complacency took hold. It was a vigilance I would maintain as long as I drew breath. In quiet moments, I would return to the crypt, where the ancient tome and relics still lay in silent witness to all that had transpired. There, among the relics of forgotten rituals, I would meditate and offer silent prayers for guidance and protection. I knew that the work of reconciliation between light and darkness was a lifelong journey, one that would require continual reflection, sacrifice, and the courage to face the uncertainties of an ever-changing world. And so, I made a solemn vow to myself and to the spirits of my ancestors that I would never allow the delicate harmony of our legacy to be disturbed again, and that I would strive to foster a future where the lessons of the past could guide us toward a brighter, more compassionate tomorrow. Now, as I stand on the threshold of this new chapter, the church behind me is no longer merely a relic of an oppressive history, but a living, breathing testament to the transformative power of hope. I have learned that even when darkness seems all-consuming, the possibility of a new dawn is always within reach. The journey has taught me that our legacy is not fixed. It is an ever-evolving story written by every choice we make, every act of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. With the rising sun at my back and the quiet promise of renewal in my heart, I step forward into an uncertain future. I carry with me the memory of every shadow and every spark of light that has defined my past, and I embrace the understanding that the balance between creation and destruction is not an enemy to be vanquished, but a partner in the eternal dance of life. In that understanding lies the promise of a future where the curse of the occult is transformed into a legacy of healing, a legacy where the night gives way to a perpetual, renewing dawn. As I take my final steps out of the church, I glance back one last time. The ancient stones, etched with the stories of a troubled past, now glow softly in the early light, a reminder that even the deepest night can yield to a new day. With gratitude for all that I have learned and hope for all that is yet to come, I step into the world beyond, determined to nurture the balance between light and darkness within myself, and to share that light with others. The future remains unwritten, a canvas as vast and unpredictable as the cosmos itself, but I no longer fear the shadows. For in every dark corner, I now see the potential for transformation, a promise that even the longest night can give way to a new dawn.